Good morning. I'm greeting you today in the, I'm sorry, I said Kaunas County Library, but actually it's Klaipėda County Simonaitytė Public Library. And today we are having conference of the Lithuanian Municipal Public Libraries Association, and the conference is New Library Experience in the Context of Changes. I'm greeting everyone who is here today and those who are listening to the conference remotely. We are going to talk about challenges for libraries in the face of changes, including the COVID pandemics and war in Ukraine. Today, we will hear the presenters from Poland, France, Lithuania, and Ukraine. We are thankful to partners who contributed to the conference, the Lithuanian Society of Librarians, the Association of County Public Libraries of Lithuania, Klaipėda County Ieva Simonaitytė Public Library, Klaipėda City Municipality Immanuel Kant Public Library, Association of Polish Libraries, and Union of the Baltic Cities. Thanks to them, this conference is streamed not only for Lithuanian viewers, but also for foreign partners. The sponsors of the conference are Lithuanian Council of Culture, company Asseco, and bookstore chain Vaga. We acknowledge the sponsors of the conference, and now I'm giving the floor to our guests. And first of all, Mantas, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Lithuania. Thank you. Good morning to all participants of the conference. I'm very happy to be around you today and greet you and see your welcoming faces. Although while I was informed by dear Gražina on the way to Klaipėda, there is some anxiety also here because the old office terms are closed and finalized, and new office terms are giving some anxiety to some of you. But I honestly wish you to overcome them and proceed with your management of libraries. And I have some question. Last year, you had the conference in Kaunas, when Kaunas was the European capital of culture. And today we are here in Klaipėda. What is the reason? Maybe the 100-year celebration of Klaipėda's area and Klaipėda's county, and this area, this city is extraordinary this year, and we focus our attention on it. Traditionally, I would like to look ahead, what is expecting us and Lithuanian libraries and librarians. And at this point, I would like to express my positive attitude when I, as a representative of ministry, promise some new programs, some new initiatives, and higher funding. I can sincerely look into your eyes and say that we proceed with our promises, we will follow them, and the ministry's priorities for the next year, including the ongoing negotiations for the budget, we see the focus areas related to libraries activities in Lithuania, and those problems and issues that are raised for the libraries and what they are facing. So I would like to express my positive feelings about Lithuanian library network, which is focused and united, have managed to overcome all the crises and challenges, and further on gathers all the communities and addresses all the issues that are relevant for our society. And now, when I speak about the next year and about the fact that I hear question about the procurement of resources of books in libraries when I visit here, I must say that this year, although it is only the beginning or not half the year has passed yet, we have the amount appointed to the procurement, but we still have some challenge, some concern from the side of the libraries regarding this issue. And when I'm traveling to one or another municipality, I have the list of the funding for procurement, and I can compare the amounts assigned last year and this year. And you also, I see your reaction, and you also raise this question all the time. So I understand that this issue is key. And I promise that next year the funding will be higher. We are declaring these amounts to the Ministry of Finance. I can promise that the funding for procurement of books and resources will increase, and there will be no inconvenient questions when we are visiting you. Another thing which I want to point out is the raise of wages for cultural and artistic workers. This raise was the biggest this year, and it is still the focus and priority of the ministry activities, but I cannot promise that in the future this raise will remain in this range. And in the government of the Lithuanian, the program of Lithuanian government includes the raise of these wages, which should be very close to the average wages of Lithuania. Another thing I would like to point out is the advance initiative, is the commemoration of Lithuanian Sąjūdis, and we expect that you will communicate and cooperate with the communities, and I wish you good luck for the next 3 years. Another thing that we agreed not to mention is the media and information literacy training for Lithuanian citizens. I've heard your reactions and feedback. You are waiting forward to this program, and it is a very important measure in terms of all the nowadays context. And still one more thing I would like to say. Next year, we will have the launch of the new professional development measure instrument. And the question also rises about the professional development issues. And in this, at this point, I must say that this program is long-term instrument, and it will enable us to include all the librarians of Lithuania to improve their qualification, to train, to be ready for the future challenges. So thank you for your attention. I wish you a nice qualitative conference, nice stay in Klaipėda, and good work for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister. We are glad to have you all the time in our conferences. Thank you very much. And now I'm giving the floor to Ms. Edita Urbanavičienė, the President of the Lithuanian Association of County Public Libraries. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Vice Minister and colleagues and guests, I'm honored to greet you today and take part in this conference, which was very much planned and awaited. We had fewer conferences during that period of changes, which we refer to during the conference. I'm very positive and proud about the libraries sector. We have a lot of studies and research which show and demonstrate that we are great. We have achieved many results, but also we face a lot of challenges, which also Vice Minister mentioned. Talking about the common general work of libraries, I would like to mention the outcome subtleties. Of course, the library system is related to the vertical structure of management, including the municipal libraries and the county public libraries. Thank you for your partnership, for unity, so that we are enabled also to work in a horizontal structure. If our general manager of the public libraries would be here, he also would agree that this way of working and management is innovative and should be targeted. So having these resources and support and trust, I believe that we can achieve a lot. Thank you for being together, and I wish you a nice conference. Thank you, Edita. And now I'm giving the floor to Ms. Danguolė Abozurovienė, the President of the Lithuanian Association of Municipal Public Libraries. Good morning, dear Vice Minister, dear colleagues and guests who have come and arrived at the Klaipėda County Ieva Simonaitytė Public Library for the live conference, and also those who are listening to the conference remotely. I'm welcoming all of you at this conference, and I would like to emphasize that we are a great power, and if not for our unity, this conference would not be happening, which collected a lot of partners, a lot of friends to speak about the changes. And the library's power and ability to face a lot of challenges, to bring the communities together and enable the services for communities that are future-proof. It is a fact, and we can be proud of it. I must also say that libraries are able to talk about their experiences, and today we are here to share our experiences about the post-pandemic challenges faced by our Lithuanian libraries and our partner libraries abroad. We are also facing the war in Ukraine and refugee crisis, and all these changes are affecting us. I'm greeting all the guests from Ukraine, from Latvia, from France and Finland, and we are waiting forward to speaking about libraries, not among ourselves, but also we will hear the voice of writers, journalists. We've heard already the vice minister's opinion. So I'm proud of you all. I'm glad to be here, and I'm acknowledging and very much thankful for the Klaipėda County Ieva Simonaitytė Public Library for hosting this conference. I'm wishing you all a nice conference and great professional development. Thank you, Danguolė. Thank you for all the greeters for the welcoming words. And now I'm starting the presentation, and after the presentation, if we still have time, you can ask the question. The first presentation is Quo Vadis Library, Perspectives of the Reader and the Writer. I'm giving the floor to Dr. Liutauras Degėsis, philosopher, poet and associate professor at Vytautas Magnus University Academy of Education.
Thank you very much for this great pleasure to speak in front of your audience. I'm also very glad about this possibility to also reveal some of the issues, although we are festive, and it seems that we should brag about the things that we've achieved, but hopefully I'll manage to formulate some of the issues that we're facing as well. One thing that I really dislike, and which could be different, is the focus to the external reality. Think how many distractions we have to look outwardly by media, by the science, but I believe that the reality, the true reality, is inside of us. And if nothing happens inside, nothing happens outside. And the library could be the institution that could direct us inwardly, not to what we see, to other realities which are important as well. And if a library, I believe, starts trying to compete with those outwardly realities, it will lose. It will never overcome the internet. It will never overcome TV. All these images that are enslaving our mind, we are the people of a word. We are people of books, people of words, dear colleagues, and we have such special professions and such lifestyles where we are completely dependent on books. And I've thought about a curse that could fit to a librarian. I curse you to live in an epoch that has no books. That would mean that ourselves, writers, and you, librarians, would disappear. But I keep feeling this sense that we keep on having more people and less books, and to hope that somehow we'll manage to multiply numbers of books. and that somehow this external motivation is going to help people to attract to libraries, to engage through education, into reading, somehow to grow this internal motivation to read. I'm very skeptical about that. And sometimes I think about an elementary school example that children don't like to count. Let's motivate. Maybe girls like to count dolls and boys like to count cars. But actually, boys and girls get interested in cars and dolls, but not counting. This is what happens. And sometimes I feel that it could happen the similar way with libraries. If we focus on this outwardly world, we'll lose in this fight. I don't really like PowerPoints, but maybe I'll show some of the slides and they will help us focus. Reading could be a motivation for us to come closer to this inwardly truth, reality. Why is it important? Because this is where the understanding is born. Understanding is born in our head, and we cannot actually relay it. I've seen it as a teacher, as an educator. Sometimes we explain what things mean, but we cannot actually explain what we mean in our head, what some things mean in our head. And this is one of the situations that we have to learn. You cannot read without understanding. This is an oxymoron. And sometimes my students say, I read through the text, but I couldn't understand it. So how could that happen? I ask them. Moving your eyes is not reading. Reading is understanding. And reading could be a kind of training, a drill that helps us understand. Why is it important to understand? For communication, first of all. If we don't understand each other, we keep getting into weird situations where we try to relay a message and people keep saying, I don't understand how you cannot understand. And that's complete nonsense. If you don't understand that someone else understands it differently, you understand nothing. It's also important that we cannot understand each other without understanding ourselves. And reading is the situation that helps us to understand ourselves. Sometimes we don't understand what happens with us, and a book can help us with this understanding, because we don't have this direct approach to someone else. We will never feel what someone else feels. Never. And to get to know someone else, we need to do it through ourselves. And if someone doesn't understand oneself, they cannot understand anything. But look at what we're focusing on. We keep on focusing on understanding something else, and somebody says to us, look at yourself. When people say, look at yourself, who are you to say that? And it's very uncomfortable to hear, because people say, look at the stars, look out the window, look somewhere else, but not at yourself. And the library and books could be the situation that helps us to reflect on ourselves. This is what helps us to come closer to language. Probably we'll see new phenomena, and people keep losing the ability to write. Open a portal, open an article, and you can find like 5 mistakes. And if I know someone who wrote the article, I tell them to make sure that those mistakes are gone, and that's very quick to do. But the idea that by talking someone is creating themselves, and this is the possibility of transcendence. This word of trans matter is beyond metaphysics is beyond physics. Transcendence is the possibility to go from one reality to another reality. And this is what reading does to us. It allows to travel us from one world to another world. And those who enjoy reading, they've felt unescapably the pleasure of reading when you feel that something happened and you somehow ended up in some other world. Our physical travels, I don't know how about you, but every now and then I think that they have no sense. Because people spend so much time living in their heads. Maybe it's about the age, but I myself probably live 90% in my own head and 10 outside. Maybe some years ago, it was 50-50, and when I was 18, it was only 5% in my head and 95 outwardly, because life is fun. But if you are able to accommodate your own brain to live in your head, it provides you so many more possibilities. And by language, you can create yourself, and that's your duty, to create yourself. And this is where language is the tool for doing that. It's like training your body. You create yourself by talking through language, with the help of language. So this transportation, transporting one reality to another, this transcendent, this beyond, it's very closely related with transport and trance. Transport and trance, they take us somewhere from one reality to another, and a book is this means of such transportation, transcendence, trance. And I myself, and as Murphy's Law says, that a person goes beyond their competence. And I'll start advising in the second part of my presentation, and then you can criticize me or comment on my ideas. But before I start doing so, I'd like to also draw your attention, and this is what I've already spoken about, is that reading could be a very clear motivation to change. To change maybe in a banal sense, that you can always measure the amount of your change by taking a book you've read 15 years ago, and then you can see that the book is different. But the book did not change. It only helps you to reflect of yourself and to see how the reality and people change. And sometimes I play with words and think Lithuanian word strange, keistas, it's very conservative. Someone who changes becomes strange, keistis, keistas. And if you don't change, you never become strange. And nobody will say that artists are weird or strange, and librarians are weird or strange. Or maybe we could be like everyone else without changing. What else could reading help us with? It would help us to put on those internal glasses. Books have this ability, and they help us to see that our look on the world depends on our internal state. And knowledge helps us to see everything differently. There were phrases at the beginning of the conference. When you look through the economic glasses, what start you seeing? That inflation has eaten 20% of your money. And out of 100 euros, you only have 80 left. If you have 100 euros, you can correct 100 into 80. It's no longer 100, it's only 80, because 20 is given to inflation. And when we see people saying that our wages grew, they actually decreased. If they did not increase by 20%, they decreased. If the amount for books remained the same, which would have been nice, but we heard that it actually went down, and not a little bit, it went down at least by 20% due to the inflation. So for it to remain the same, it should have increased by 20%. And I enjoyed one reaction of one participant in an event. She said, yesterday I had my birthday and everybody brought me 100 euros each. And I said, you need to add 20 because it's no longer 100, it's only 80. But this is practically what it's all about. When we get budget allocations, we need to demand 20% more, because only then it would be the same. Imagine how unpleasant those glasses are. You start seeing things that you'd never want to see. It seems that it's not a very big reduction, or it's a nice increase. And imagine they say we increased our wages by 5%, but due to inflation, it's actually a decrease of 15%, but you would never want to hear that. So we can learn to look differently from books, and books can help us with many things. They can help us note what is happening in our heads, that our heads don't have to be filled with cars, penguins, or something else, but with processes that take part. And maybe then we'll learn that it's not about the reality which is at fault. Our heads are at fault. Something's wrong with our mindset. Or we failed to see something in our own heads. And this reflection of the internal reality is very important, to note what is happening inside of us. And maybe it's big words, but reading is the creation of yourself, of your own nature. We can only create ourselves by understanding. Knowing is not enough. Even animals know things. We need to understand things. This is what I've talked about already. This is about language. I've already said that. And look at that. We've already come to this other part with advising. So what would I like to see here? What do I see in libraries? I see things that we call education. Cooking, knitting, aerobics, and different events for tinting eggs or doing something else. It's not education, in my opinion. It's just leisure. Education for me is strengthening intellectual powers, disclosing inwardly realities. And it's not necessarily that it needs to be a mass event. It's not about quantities. And we could probably create an army of knitters in some library, which is not very bad. And creativity is not necessarily, in my understanding, doing something. The creativity idea comes to me after I'm inspired by a good book or a play. Then I start feeling uneasy about myself, and I start thinking, look at them, look what they've done, and what about me? I've done nothing. So creativity is about being dissatisfied with yourself. It's very easy to get used to yourself, and to become happy with yourself and satisfied. If you are what you were and your objective to continue being as you were without being weird or strange, it seems that it's fine. This is what I've already said. And I'd like to maybe provoke you a little bit, and we'll talk probably quite a lot of it still. Sometimes I have this impression that librarians have the feeling that books are going to perish and readers are going to perish. And to me, it sounds like a sort of emigration. Because people who are getting ready to leave, they say that everybody is going to leave. They are leaving and they're saying, see, I told you that there'll be emigration. So they were planning to emigrate, they emigrated, and they realized their promise and their perspective. And we should not succumb to this idea, and maybe we should base ourselves on certain principles, that knowing that libraries are facing issues and reading is not a simple task, but only cheap things are easy. If I get something easily, then it's worthwhile nothing. Nothing of big value is easily achievable, and a library is not a place to have every sort of fun. It's similar to education. If we keep thinking that ourselves, professors, teachers, educators, need to somehow engage people in having fun, they'll forget about us. I've been to different lectures that look like fireworks. Every 3 minutes, something needs to happen. And I keep asking why, because they cannot focus. Every 3 minutes, they need to be engaged into something. So lessons and lectures have become a sort of circus. And I don't think that libraries need to go on the same path. And if you ask me which path to go on, maybe I will tell you. Well, these virtual realities, robotics, is just digging the grave for ourselves. It's just taking people to the virtual reality instead of telling them that a book is the most excellent virtual reality. Of course, it does not excite you as much physically. Just look at TV. A TV set has so many pixels and they like penetrate you all the time. If there is a child, a small baby crawling on the floor and there is a TV on, look at a baby just staring at a TV set, hypnotized. And we cannot fight with that. We cannot win against that. Maybe that's about the family that could make required decisions. What other experience do I have? I've lived in Sweden for 6 months, where I was residing writer. Swedes have money, so they never demanded anything in terms of quantity from me. What I needed to do is to live there and help them focus and reorient and center on books. And this is a fantastical idea, but why shouldn't libraries own a writer? I know that you cannot buy a writer, it's too expensive, but I remember a year before that, I got a premium of 500 euros. And I thought maybe I could establish my own award because it's only 500 euros and an award in my name would be such a big thing. But maybe a library could employ writers for a quarter of a job. Of course, they don't have to sit in the library or catch readers on the street or showcase themselves in the window, come and see what a real writer looks like. No, this is not what I'm talking about. But maybe a writer could come up with ideas. You have many things and you enjoy them, but what ideas did I enjoy? A book of, or a recipe of a book. When you place a small piece of paper in a borrowed book, recommending the next book. And people might just discard this piece of paper, but that would help you with your reading list. And another thing, why couldn't a library come up with their own top 10s? We don't have to say that this is the national top 10 or most read books. We can trick the readers. They can have all these novels that are nice and shiny in bookstores. But let's not say top 10 of what. Let's just say top 10 of most read books. And then a reader comes and these are serious books and say, maybe I could take one. Why is everybody reading that? Maybe we could trick readers like that into reading instead of reading a love novel. And if you don't have a love novel, maybe we shouldn't try and run after them with another love novel, but trick them like that into serious reading. And events also should be serious. I do understand that we don't have money, and I've seen what events with serious writers look like. But maybe we don't have good opinion about that. 80% of books in the United Kingdom are read of the local writers, 15% only from abroad. Scandinavians mostly read their own writers, and if they have time left, they read foreigners. And look what is happening in Lithuania. It's like the news. It's Lithuanian news, Lithuanian news, Lithuanian news, and then it's news from abroad. There is, it depends on how you position yourself, because everything is overseas if you live in Britain, because they are surrounded by the seas. And sometimes we feel as if we're living in an island. It would be great to have clubs next to libraries of readers and writers, and most libraries do. And this is only this is another trick. Someone who wants to write, they must read. We can pretend that we are training them to become a writer and make them read this way. So we can have all these possible tricks at our hands. And I've visited libraries that close on Saturdays, and they say, we've tried to keep open on Saturdays, and events on Saturdays, I don't know. In Vilnius, we do have a lot of events, but museums close, and some of them don't even open on Saturdays. And I've become famous in my university when I had this conflict with our libraries, because students worked up to 5 and libraries worked up to 5, and we had to extend their working hours up to 9. And all the librarians said that their personal lives are ruined because of my suggestion. But maybe we could try, maybe we've already achieved the objective of scaring away the readers. We thought that they would not come. We did everything for them not to come. We realized our idea, and this is what we have at our hands. And at night, maybe you can go and visit funds, library funds, 4 million different titles. If you take a book and you travel through funds as 6-meter shelves, 6-meter tall, and you take a book, you should never place it back in its place, because nobody will find it if you place it somewhere because if you think that it's supposed to be there, nobody will find it there. So I'd like to wish us all bravery, self-respect, and this is a very good example of the librarian clan. We should act as a joke, as a mafia clan. So this is what I'd like to wish us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Liutauras. I've heard my colleagues sitting behind me that Liutauras can be listened to the whole day. Please, Liutauras, wait a minute. I would like to give you some gift. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we continue with the remote presentation from Finland. And we have Mr. Juha Maninen, the director of the Finnish Library Association, who will talk about dealing with the unexpected experiences of Finnish public libraries in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine.
Good morning, labas rytas.
Hi, labas
rytas.
rytas.
I can hear you, yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you. Please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'd like to thank Monika Straupite for the invitation, and I am honored to be a part of your conference. I did some research online, and it was heartwarming to witness the similarity of your aims and strategy compared to ours in Finnish Library Association. Before the actual topic, I'd like to tell just a few words about Finnish Library Association. One moment, I have to check how can I now change my slides. One moment. Okay, now I suppose it's the second one. Yeah. Finnish Library Association, our main task is to promote the status of public libraries. We produce topical information about libraries like surveys. We publish the library journal. We arrange trainings and grant funds for professionals and librarianship students. We also arrange the biannual library conference. And a few words about myself as well. I work, as said, as the director of Finnish Library Association. I started at this position in January 22, so it's still pretty much a new post for me, though I had volunteered as a board member and vice president for 8 years as a total. My professional background is in Turku City Library in southwest Finland, where I worked over 25 years in 5 different positions. I started as a library assistant and ended up being the head of literature, arts and music departments. So I have always worked in a public library. And a few facts about Finnish public libraries. Finland has over 300 municipalities, and we have a Library Act that states that every municipality must provide public library services. Libraries have a well-established status in Finland, and it's partly due to our national awakening in 1860s, when the idea of free, non-formal building was spread and the first public libraries were established. And library is the most used public service in Finland, even more used than the public health care. Survey by over 100 in 20-25 years. So there were a few facts about Finnish public libraries. And then for the actual topic, I made a brief comparison about effects of COVID restrictions faced libraries for past 2.5 years. Here you can see the decreased figures in library use between 2019, which was a very good year for libraries, and 2022. The years 2020 and 21 were of course the most difficult ones compared to 22, but 22 last year the use of libraries hadn't yet returned to level it was in 2019. And as all around in Finland we also are observing would it return at all to a level that it was before COVID pandemic. And the number of increase of opening hours, that is due to open library concept, I mean the self-service libraries. And the COVID restrictions. The Finnish society started to be alerted about COVID in the latter half of February 2020. In mid-March, our government declared state of emergency and many acts and statutes came due rapidly. This, of course, had fundamental effect in all libraries in Finland. I am concentrating here in public libraries, but all the restrictions obliged university, research and special libraries as well. For example, in Turku City Library, in which I worked by that time, on Tuesday, 17th of March, the library was closed after evening shift. And as government had declared the state of emergency, the public knew that libraries would be totally closed without further notice. Libraries in Turku and all over Finland were crowded as people reached out for something to read. The loan periods were extended, and on the last opening day, you could really say that the shelves were emptied. At the same time, many libraries started to suggest to local authorities that it would benefit the community if libraries could prepare readily picked up book bags that customers could pick up outside library on drive-in or by request basis. Though everywhere the authority in charge was the regional infection disease doctor, they naturally followed the order from the government, and answer was similar everywhere. It wasn't possible, so it was a total closure. So libraries couldn't let people in or didn't have the opportunity to even lend books out. And as you remember, at that point, no one knew how easily the virus could spread and if there was a possibility to get infected from surfaces such as, for example, books. Finnish Library Association conducted several surveys on how people felt about the restrictions targeted into libraries, and the number of informants in all these surveys was a little bit over 1,000 every time. And now I go through some findings about the surveys we made. In November 2020, it was clear that the complete closure of libraries due to coronavirus had a strong impact. Half of Finns were of the opinion that closing libraries had negative effects on people's lives. Finnish Library Association campaigned and libraries demanded that a new full closure should not be implemented. It was considered important that libraries retain at least the possibility of quick transactions, borrowing and rapid use of computers. The single biggest negative thing was that you couldn't borrow books or other reading material from the closed library. And in addition to borrowing books, the respondents missed a place where they could spend time, where they could get information or study material, and where they could use a computer or read magazines. And every third student said that the closing of the libraries made it difficult to study. As students and one-person households were isolated in their homes, it was rapidly recognized that there would be challenges in people's mental welfare later as well. During the closures, the use of e-books became the most popular of the library's digital services. 1 in 10 had used e-books at least a little more than before the closure. And it was obvious that the borrowing of e-books will increase in the next few years, and it is important that municipalities invest not only in printed books, but also in digital content. And also, the popularity of online events increased for obvious reasons. 1 year later, in March 21, there was another service, and it was the findings was that end of 2020, when limited transactions were introduced in libraries where the customers can pick up a reservation or choose reading material from easily accessible themed shelves, this was better than nothing. You could also use a computer or a printed to a limited extent, like for 10 minutes per person, for example. The Culture Committee of the Parliament stated in January 21 that libraries had been able to operate safely with the help of special arrangements, so there should be no more full closures for libraries. Limited use of libraries helped people withstand a prolonged crisis. Necessary use of computers and studying, they maintained crisis resistance. And according to our association, necessary transactions in libraries should be added to the law on movement restrictions, which were also under consideration by that time. Library computers are a vitally important part of many Finns' everyday lives. It's very difficult for people in a weaker position in society to take care of their essential affairs if the libraries are completely closed. And also, the complete closure of libraries would further complicate the difficult situation of young people and students. Picking up reservations and selecting books was considered essential to maintain crisis sustainability and mental welfare. And in terms of mental crisis resistance, restricted transactions in the library, they are essential. Quarantine and isolation can lead to a decrease in a person's ability to function. The extensive network of libraries is able to offer everyone culture and education to maintain mental well-being. The limited service of libraries is important in times of crisis. In late spring, early summer of 21, in the capital region, libraries opened at the beginning of June. In some parts of Finland, some libraries were still in full lockdown. In southwest in Turku area, the restrictions were tight until to May 21. And about the figures, the lending decreased by about a fifth from the previous year, but lending didn't collapse because of the coronavirus, which shows that libraries had been an important service for people during the crisis. Lending reduced less than the library visits did. So the people who borrowed material, they borrowed even more. And the authorities and decision makers, they did the right thing when they understood the importance of libraries and decided to reopen them. Also, the library customers, they followed the safety regulations well. Customers wore masks and hurried to retrieve the material they have reserved. And in addition, the necessary matters were handled on the library computers on a limited schedule. Very few violations of the safety instructions occurred in libraries. Lending of e-books grew by almost 40% in the first Corona year. A big increase was also seen in digital magazine loans. And libraries moved many of their services, such as story lessons, storytelling, and book tips online. Face masks were required in libraries, so you couldn't force anyone. If health reasons didn't prevent the use of a mask, we just had to make the recommendation that you should wear a mask when visiting a library. In addition, a safety distance of 2 meters was maintained in the libraries very, very well. In June 21, after a long wait, customers could access almost all libraries around Finland. In most areas, libraries started to open their normal services at the beginning of June, and also most of the mobile libraries started to operate again then. Self-service use of libraries was also already possible in some libraries, though it wasn't allowed everywhere because the following of safety distances couldn't be secured. Regional health authorities stated this. And the library employees and especially customers were happy about the opening of the libraries. With the start of school summer vacations, especially children and young people needed libraries, and the local library offered a free and safe space for children and young people during the holidays. And libraries were still working hard to ensure corona safety. For example, the number of client machines and reading places were limited, and various meeting and group workspaces were open, but with limited a number of visitors in different parts of Finland. And most group visits, guided tours, and events were carried out online. And in March 22, 1 year ago, according to a survey, the corona crisis significantly affected the operation of libraries. It was clear. As many as a third of those who participated in the study said that they had not visited the library during 21. In the previous year, the corresponding figure was only 13%. Libraries could not serve their customers normally, and many customers didn't dare to visit the library premises. Now we are still in a position where actions must be taken to restore the use of libraries. Finns' relationship with libraries needs to be rebuilt after the coronavirus. The development of reading skills can only be ensured with the help of well-functioning libraries. The literacy is also decreasing in Finland. If you have followed, for example, the international PISA results, where Finland was earlier ranked first, but not anymore. All efforts must be made to encourage people to read. But now, every second Finn said that the relationship with the library had remained unchanged. Many also believed that they would increase their visits to the library in the future. Trust in the library and its employees is at the high level. Almost 9 out of 10 Finns trust the library. The use of the library's digital content is also at good level. Now slightly more than half of Finns have tried using the library online. The open answers of the survey showed that Finns long to go back to the library. Going there is an important pillar of well-being for many, says, excuse me, as the library gives people something they can't get anywhere else. And the impact that hit hardest the groups that already were vulnerable, like as said, students, one-person households, unemployed, homeless, etc. Good thing is that libraries were again recognized as important actors in crisis sustainability. And for the library staff, the giant steps in the digital services they were taking in all libraries. This year, we are expecting that the use of the libraries may finally return to normal. The use of the library is still at a good level, as 2 out of 3 Finns, almost 2 out of 3 Finns visited the library last year. And also about half of the library users had tried the e-library. And now for the second topic, the Russians' attack in Ukraine and the war in Ukraine. I suppose I don't need to point out the shock all Finnish society was in February 22 last year, But pretty soon, in a couple of weeks, plans for welcoming Ukrainian refugees in libraries were pretty much made. Here you can find some examples of first reactions. And here in Finland, we have looked back in 2015 when libraries had difficulties in offering services for a large number of refugees from Middle East, obviously because of the language barrier, as there were not enough interpreters and there was not enough up-to-date material, starting with books or magazines, not to mention the library instructions and terms of use. So last year, it was predictable that the attack on Ukraine would also indirectly affect the operation of libraries. Most likely, those who arrived in the country as refugees settled in many scattered municipalities, and they possibly would stay for a long time. In libraries, it was good to be prepared to share information, organize activities, and help identify hybrid influence. The National Developing Unit created a website section that gathered information and material for libraries related to the Ukrainian war. There are also official pages where to find answers to customers' questions. The page is updated as information sources and material accumulate. All in all, welcoming groups of new customers was assumed to be easier now. Many Ukrainians speak English, and there already were books in Ukrainian and also in Russian in some libraries. Problem was that there were not enough. Libraries tried to buy them everywhere they could. Multilingual library is a unit that serves the public libraries all over Finland. You can make reservation of book collections in various languages and get them into your library for normal use. After a fixed period, the collection is to be returned to the multilingual library. On their webpage, you can find introductions to Finnish public libraries in Ukrainian and also in Russian. They also have tips for Ukrainian language ebooks and a few other materials that you can use freely. Tips for materials have been received from the Library of Poland. It wasn't sure if the capacities of the services could withstand the load of many simultaneous users, though. The multilingual library looked for acquisition channels for Ukrainian language literature, and there was only a little of it in the country, and the need is still bigger than the supply. Libraries had to wait in line for the Ukrainian language one. Russian language literature is offered directly to customers by the Russian language library in Espoo. Some libraries have their own collection in Russian. The demand of children's literature in Ukrainian and Russian has increased and will continue. The problem with the Russian language literature, of course, was that though a remarkable number of Ukrainians speak or spoke Russian as native language, it was known in libraries that it is a delicate issue, as many Ukrainians made the decision not to use Russian anymore, or for obvious reason were offended if Russian language was used. Some other activities, libraries, as well as many non-governmental organizations, they have established campaigns to help Ukrainians and Ukraine, collecting toys, knitting challenges, books to be sent in schools and libraries. Fundraising is not allowed for public institutions, but those have been done by several various NGOs and groups. So here's the brief introduction to these traumatizing topics and how libraries handle them. I wish that somewhere in the future I can talk with you more about the more positive actions in libraries and also learn more from Lithuanian libraries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Juha. Dėkojame pranešėjui, kuris pristatė Suomijos bibliotekų patirtį šiuo metu.
Thank you, presenter, for presenting the situation in Finnish public libraries. And now I'm presenting the presentation, The Library in the Reality of War, Missionary Leadership for Social Inclusion and Value Creation, will be presented by the Associate Professor Dr. Ernesta Polotokienė.
Hello, dear colleagues, dear guests. I'm very pleased to see everyone gathered on this platform. And I'm also very thankful for your time and for this possibility to share insights, observations, and experience talking about the library in the current times, which are changing and challenging. We've heard some excellent presentations that in one way or another going to continue in my presentation, and I cannot help myself but react to what my colleague philosopher De Gese said about culture and book and biblos in Greek, that a book is an epicenter of a library, a place where books are stored and safeguarded, again from Greek language. What is a book? A book is knowledge. Knowledge can be stored in all possible ways. And it seems that in our society, the ways to keep, store knowledge and share the knowledge change. It's obvious, and this is why libraries are changing so much. And here in Klaipėda, we can see changes, and we can see them in Lithuania, nationally, globally. And sometimes I tell my students that very soon we are going on the first mission to Mars, maybe with SpaceX spaceship. Are we going to take lots of paper books with us? All these volumes, thousands of pages. Are we? Probably not. But what are we going to do? How are we going to pass on the knowledge which is exceptionally related still to books? This is an open question to all of us. But today, my presentation is focused on a library as a phenomenon, not as an institution, because if we talk about an institution, which is oikos from Greek, oikos is a house of storing knowledge, which is a library, oikos. But oikos at some point becomes polis, so it transforms into something that is general issue to everyone. So oikos becomes open and becomes social and the matter of everyone. And this is what a library does for us these days. This is an open space, open oikos, a house, which allows us to meet each other, to engage in different activities, because it is still a place of knowledge. So when talking about the focus of this conference, I'm using the historic perspective and culture. And this way, we can see a library as an institution, as an oikos from Greek, transformation from the old ancient civilizations up to our times. So a library as an institution, as oikos, is counting 3,000 years before Christ. We have Ashurbanipalo established library, which was the first library. And then we see Mesopotamia, Egypt, ancient Greek, Roman Empire, the famous library of the Greek Empire in Alexandria. Next, we had a public library established by Caesar. Then the 18th century, the Great French Revolution, which sends the message and provides the context. And then we come to this open, democratic environment, a space which is a very direct platform related to the current times. So it's a very clear chain of events. And finally, we have the current hundreds of years, which have been marked with wars, unrests, revolutions, and we can mention historical events, First and Second World Wars, civil wars, which continue in Latin America and the continent of Africa, without even speaking about the wars in Korea and Vietnam and Red Chimeras and these atrocities in Cambodia and Balkans and Afghanistan, Iraq, and now the Russian war against Ukraine. And in this context, a library is an icon of culture with a clear mission, which gains unexpected meanings and different meanings of bringing communities together to care for each other, to provide safe spaces, to provide education. So these meanings have been gained by libraries, and a librarian have become someone from these old civilizations, keeper of esoteric knowledge, the wise man, wise person who today undertakes a significant mission, and colleagues from Ukraine are sharing amazing stories what libraries become to surviving communities in ruined towns and cities. It's not only about knowledge anymore. It's not only about books. It's about a relationship between the past, the current, and the future. The relationships between generations, between people, togetherness, change of ideas, generation of ideas, creation of ideas. And this is all related with the function of a library as a cultural icon. On the other hand, when we talk about libraries and related to revolutions or transformations, which are radical, or geopolitical events, they look as opposing ideas, because we're used to think that a library is a place of peace, a place of calm, an island of some sort which does not change much, which is stable. And these myths and images are finally losing their purpose. And the history itself and the history of ideas provides us with facts for libraries and librarians undertaking different roles during unrests and wars. So without a doubt, we can see and remember the destructive actions against libraries. Some of them were conscious and others weren't. And very often, wherever we have knowledge and wherever we have people, because they are inseparable, knowledge and people undergo destruction and an attempt to destroy. And one of the most clear examples are atrocities by the Nazis during the Second World War against systems of knowledge, against libraries, and against people. Or 2023 war in Iraq, catastrophic outcomes, destroying collections of value, of global value. In Ukraine, according to the latest data, approximately 500 libraries were destroyed. They are no longer there. And we're not talking about books and shelves, books that we cannot take with us when we go to Mars. We're talking about the relationships between communities, traditions, cultural life, and all of that is in ruins in many Ukraine cities and regions. Therefore, during the times of war, during the times of destruction, libraries and physical institutions as physical oikos, houses, are becoming symbolic. So we transcend from physical to symbolic, from a physical reality, as my colleague said, to metaphysical reality. The digital world and technologies are accelerating the process. However, the knowledge is there to stay. People are here to stay, and thinking is here to stay, which is important. Important to maintain and not to forget about that. When talking about the symbolic function of a library, we see this interesting parallel. We have this word libericide, which correlates with genocide. During the Second World War, President Roosevelt said, "Books cannot be killed by fire. People die, but books never die. No person, no power can jail a thought into a concentration camp, and no person, no power can take away books that fight tyranny." And this war, we know that books are weapons. And he said that in 1943 during the Second World War. Even then, back then, the world was mortified by Leuven events, the destruction of the old archives of the library and all the collections that were there. Interestingly, in the 19th century, Heinrich Heine said, "Well, the place that is burning books is soon going to be burning people." The 19th century. And he said that in Al-Mansur, in the play. So history tells us that processes take place, and not necessarily in that order. And it's not necessarily that we start with books. Sometimes we start with people. But this correlation is two-sided. Libericide follows genocide. Genocide follows libericide. And that creates the nightmare of total absurd and aggression. the nightmare Europe continues to remain in. And when talking about leadership and social inclusion, again, we can underline some important issues, talking about the current role of libraries. These are the places of practical help during revolutions, wars, and social change. A library is still an agent of cultural memory, an agent of communal identity. Therefore, it's also important every now and then to invite the circle of knitters to show children how to make a book divider and to play together, because a library is not only a place with shelves of books, and you are the ones who know that better than anyone else from your everyday work routine. A library, without a doubt, has the function to stay open, to provide access to information. Pre-war, Ukraine was striving for this universal access to information. Unfortunately, everything stopped, as we see, but a library is also socially important space for social interaction, especially engaging communities and integrating them. Social inclusion, I do understand. Sometimes I do understand we don't like such terms and words that sound like from some project, European project. But what are we talking about is providing possibilities for every member of our communities to come and be together in a library and to do something together. Sometimes all we need is to be together. There are a lot of children who come to a library for the first time, sometimes being a teenager, and that visit changes their view towards the world. I do remember my first visit to the during Soviet times, to the library with shelves of books and dust. But that was a place, a space that was magical somehow. Maybe that was about the books or about the librarians who create this magical attraction, or as Jorge Luis Borges, a wonderful writer, says, that library is a sort of a magical labyrinth full of different mysteries. And maybe a library unavoidably has its uniqueness, which can be compared to nothing, and that's probably quite obvious. The values that are officially declared in IFLA documents and UNESCO legal regulations and acts frequently talk about dignity, self-efficacy, openness, sensitivity, variety, diversity, dialogue, collaboration, and community. So, within this list of values, we should manage and see a traditional phenomenon of a book, or focus on reading, only a focus on a book. A book is knowledge, and knowledge can be transferred in many different ways. UNESCO, and you know this manifesto very well, indicates that the freedom of society and individual, and these are the values, the most important values, which are accessible only if citizens can access their and exercise their democratic rights and be active in social life. Therefore, the improvement of democracy depends on the ability to access freely knowledge, culture, and information. This formulation and content, I believe, at least in Klaipėda, and most visited libraries, I think, is fully realized. So it's happening. Events, education, inclusive projects, training, etc. And it's probably difficult for us to acknowledge still that knowledge is not necessarily related to printed word, which is hard to probably accept. But once we do, it becomes easier to play the games and activities that we refer to as games. When talking about the role of a library in society and communities as a leader with a mission, it's obvious that values of libraries change depending on the needs of people, of communities. So whatever people are, whatever ideas they have, is reflected in the way the library is. And that's a two-sided relationship. And in the current times, with this current society, we need to think about a library differently and grow with it. And sometimes users, readers, are behind in this growth. Again, looking philosophically from the perspective of history and culture, there are always several possibilities. There is always an argument and counter-argument. A library has a potential to work as a part of a system that can create a relationship between individuals and communities, and also implement its institutional functions to support communities, improve, raise their cultural knowledge, and also contribute to economy, to close the gaps and encourage the development of regions by utilizing various sorts of resources to safeguard and to restore cultural and other capitals, and provide opportunities with different marginalized groups to express themselves and to support their involvement into social and economical life, and to look after communities and their ideas. Therefore, the socio-cultural activity and projects and activities, they encourage trust and train talents and possibilities that can be developed in certain spaces and environments in certain times. In the context of societal change, we can see transformations, direct transformations of a library's mission when we see how important information becomes, especially when we talk about professional information dissemination. Libraries in war zones, as history shows, they were and remain, as now in Ukraine, they become access points to information and places of self-education, where the major focus is on community needs and their expectations, sometimes physical, very basic. Of course, they have to be satisfied first in small cities and towns and villages, and then the function of education which remains. And it's unbelievable. It's an important purpose, which is magnificent to witness when, under such conditions, libraries manage to engage communities, support them to continue growing, learn, to be educated for children and the elderly, to learn computer literacy, etc. And I'm sorry about I see that my time is over, but it happens with us teachers who have an hour and a half usually for a lecture. I think this is a good place for me to stop. Thank you very much for your time and for your work, for everyone who's here and listening. Maybe ideas and reactions and counter-arguments would be very interesting, and we could continue at some point after a conference or during discussions. And I hope that we have such a possibility. Thank you very much once again for your attention and your time. And I'm very sorry to have taken some of your time from your coffee break. Ernesta, thank you very much for this inspirational speech and reminding us that libraries is a library is a treasure chest and a small token of appreciation. Thank you very much for inviting me. And now we have a short coffee break, and please come back at 12.
Sveiki, sugrįžę po pertraukos. Kviečiu visus užimti savo vietas.
Welcome back after the break. Please take your seat. I remind you that today at the Klaipėda County Public Library, we speak about new library experience in the context of changes. And this international conference is organized by the Lithuanian Association of Municipal Public Libraries. And now I'm inviting the guest from Ukraine, the Deputy Director of the Scientific Library of Dragomanovo State Pedagogical University, Katarina Kosinska, and the Head of Information Technology and Electronic Resources Department, Anastasia Litashova, who will present the public library situation in the struggle for Ukrainian independence.
Hello to everyone. My name is Katarina Kosinska. I'm Deputy Director of the Scientific Library of Mikhailo Dragomanov Ukrainian State University, and I'm Head of Youth Section of Ukrainian Library Association. I'm very happy to be here, and I want to tell you about our reality, our work, and how university libraries work now. The Russian war in Ukraine is not only claiming Ukrainian lives, it is destroying its cultural heritage. The bombs are destroying museums, libraries, churches, universities, and theaters. The Russian aggressors are destroying not only our infrastructure, our cities and villages, they are destroying Ukrainian culture. As of the beginning of 2022, there were about 16,000 libraries in our country, with more than 11 million compressors using their services. The book collection, including about 200 million books. The Muscovites in the temporary occupied territories declared war on libraries or rather on the literature stored there. Kherson Regional Scientific Library, named after Oleg Honchar, is one of the largest information and cultural centers in southern Ukraine with a collection of 1 million copies. The occupiers took away pre-revolutionary publications published in Kherson province. They are priceless. This is the largest collection of the local history funds. For scholars and teachers, students and local historians, it is a source of information for research. An information resource for anyone interested in the history of the southern part of Ukraine has been destroyed. The libraries of the universities of Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Mariupol, Mykolaiv and Kherson are also among the victims. The publishing of the Central Scientific Library of Karazin, Kharkiv National University, which houses rare editions and manuscripts, was damaged. The Kharkiv State Scientific Library, named after Korolenko, one of the largest libraries in Ukraine and Europe, was damaged as a result of the occupation's actions. In the temporarily occupied Mariupol, Russians invaders are throwing away books from the library collections of the Priazovsky State University. The book will be destroyed later. As a result of Russia's military aggression in Ukraine, 1,271 cultural infrastructure facilities, including 479 libraries, have been damaged. This was reported by the Ministry of Culture, and the information policy UNESCO completes. Constantly updates a list of cultural sites damaged in Ukraine during the war. Despite the difficult times that our country is going through, we work as usual and continue to provide users with a full range of information library services. The destruction of civilian infrastructure in the areas where the fighting continues touch universities' libraries too. Primarily, this applies to large cities with particular interest shielding, where a significant part of educational, scientific and cultural institution is concentrated. Librarians of higher education institutions in Western Ukraine continue to perform different types of planned and current works. Many librarians from regions without fighting join volunteer centers and actively collect aid for servicemen and the armed forces and internally displaced persons. University libraries of Lviv, Chernivtsi, Lutsk, Rivne, Mukachevo and other cities collect and soft food, clothing and essentials for prepare food, make camouflage needs for the militaries, offer leisure for displaced children, organize training on first aid, send Ukrainian language books to refugees abroad. They provide temporary shelter to their colleagues evacuated from danger regions. For example, the Scientific Library of the Ivan Franko National University of Lviv has organized a volunteer center for humanitarian support for meeting the needs of the armed forces and the residents of affected regions. The public initiative Cultural Heritage Center was established in the Scientific and Technical Library of National University Lviv Polytechnic for collection of equipment and materials from foreign partners and patrons for the protection and preservation of historical and cultural monuments, religions building and museum collection through Ukraine. The Scientific Library of Mukachevo State University organized events with children of the refuge and started the collection of the books for Ukrainian children in Czech Republic. Book crossing is also organized for refugees. It's so highly important during the war to record the chronicle of current events and to form a source base for its following particular use. This work is carried out by Information and Bibliographic Department of the Maximovich Scientific Library. It provides daily analytical reviews of internet publication in periodical about Russian aggression, in particular attacks on military and civilian infrastructure, resistance of Ukrainians, and the reaction of the world community to these events. Scientific Library of Mikhailo Dragomanov Ukrainian State University, where I'm working. Like most university libraries, we are working normally. Students study remotely, but have access to our website, catalog, repository, as well as other resources and platforms to which we have access, including scienceometric databases, Scopus, Web of Science, and other of military and civilian. During the war, the work of librarians not only remained useful, but also denied new importance for supporting readers with books. The demand for books among students and teachers of the Mikhailo Dragomanov Ukraine State University has remained. On a full-time basis, we continue to serve users with both scientific and pedagogical educational literature, as well as possible them with information and advisory assistance. Our realities require serious decisions. Therefore, some libraries organize shelters in their premises. Smart shelter classed space in the library of the Kyiv Polytechnic University will combine a workspace, and a safe shelter will become a new comfortable hub on the territory of the library. This the work has already begun. Ukrainians get rid of Russian books. Libraries as cultural centers have a primary task to free their funds from the literature of the aggressor country. This work is extremely difficult and long because Russian literature is closely interviewed with all spheres of our lives, including education. But bookstores and libraries support the new trend to help the armed forces. For example, you can bring publication by Russian authors, Russian translations, or books from Russian publishers that you consider waste paper to the bookstore. In exchange for this, they issue a coupon with a 10% discount on the purchase of new books. All proceeds they transferred to charity funds, which direct them to the purchase of cars, generators, and other. Since the start of the campaign, 57 tons of books in Russian have been sent for localizing. As we see, the Ukrainian libraries community works in difficult conditions and continues to do everything possible for the common goal of defending the Russian aggressors. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine.
Hello everyone, my name is Anastasia Litashova. I'm a librarian from Ukraine, and I'm a deputy director of the Lugansk Regional Universal Scientific Library. In the internet, some Ukrainian people and some foreign colleagues know us like a good library, and also I'm vice chairman of the YOS section of the Ukrainian Library Association, and today I want to talk about Ukrainian libraries, and also I want to talk my native library. After the 21st of February, all Ukrainian people woke up to a new reality, horrible and dangerous. That's why Ukrainian public libraries, in addition to their traditional function, have introduced non-conversation activities and joined to struggle against the enemy. That's why Ukrainian public libraries started gathering meeting for wearing camouflage nets, and gathered hundreds of volunteers to make those nets. A group of libraries met trench candles for troops on the frontier. Libraries activity involved in volunteering. What does it mean? Libraries organize fundraising on and gathered items to support the Ukrainian military and migrants, provide assistance with finding housing and accommodation with, in humanitarian centers. Such events take place in both small and large libraries. The Rivne library works both as a volunteering hub, as an improvised workshop for making delicious for soldiers, and a playground for children and youth. Librarians prepare food for hospital and humanitarian help centers. Also, librarians take care for the mental health of their users and migrants. Morning yoga for them is often in the Karpatska Regional Library. Also, to protect its users, Mykolaiv Children's Library organizes event directly in the bomb shelter in there's a risk of air raids. And evacuation in 2014, Lugansk Regional Library was founded in 1897. We had our sixth store. We stopped building 4 stores up and 2 stores underground. The library works for over downtown of Lugansk city. And image a 70-year-old director of library. One day armed Russian invite come to her office and with weapons lay a key on a table and tell that she will do that they say. And after that, she had to leave the library, taking only statutory documents, stamp, and go away. After the start of Russian-Ukrainian war in 2014, a lot of people have fled the occupied territories, just like our library did. When we find open in new space, our press center and Ukrainian Library Association made a lot noise of online, and we started to quickly assemble a new collection of books sent us by Ukrainian authors, publishing houses, and just ordinary citizens. And we make a new brand, Good Library, Library of Freedom. Freedom is a creative open space for all people. It's on this photo is the heart of library. It's my team, my director, and other librarians. We organize projects, educational projects, meetups, English clubs, silent parties, charity events, festivals, and so on. For 3 months, we were busy creating a new space. We called it Wandering Library. And our mission is help librarians and patrons who live under Russian occupation, information and psychological support, talk about books, experience, and new skills. Our services online and offline, online courses of Ukrainian language literature, programming courses, Code Club for teenagers and children, computer literature club, yoga, methodological support of the librarians, discussions, and creating something new. We work from 4 cities in Ukraine and 1 city in Latvia. By the way, we don't have our own space yet. Together with volunteers, we organize fundraising for the military. We raise funds for drones, cars, tourniquets, and system for thermal vision cameras. And today I want to talk about my colleagues. Meet Alexander and Vitaly. They are librarians of Good Library. During 435 days, these young men fight in the war in our independence. Sorry. All our fundraising is for them because we have a dream that one day Alexander and Vitaly come back at home. And one day they become psychological and see you again. In 1967, fantastic English rock band The Beatles released their single All You Need Is Love. In a statement of Melody Makers magazine, Brian Epstein, the band's manager, said, "It's a clear message saying that love is everything. Yeah, love is our library. Love is our country. Love is our city. And all we need now are weapons, victory, and the warmth of our homes. And I believe that we come back at home, the Lugansk region and our library. And I thank God for this experience and for this pain. They help us and me make another unique library, and I'm proud of it. Thank you so much.
Dėkojame Katerinai ir Anastasijai. Please, colleagues, come
Thank
back
you
for some
Katerina and
gifts.
Anastasia.
And we also have some time for questions. Would you be ready to answer some questions if someone has one? Pirmą kartą šiandieną turime laiko klausimams. Gal kažkas
This is
norėtų
the
kažko
first time
paklausti?
today when we have some time for questions. Do we have some questions?
Panašu, kad klausimų nėra, nes visi šluostosi ašaras. Aš iš
It
tikrųjų
doesn't seem so
tarp jų.
because everyone is
So I just
wiping
want
their
to tell
tears.
that we all admire your strength and we're together with you until the victory. Slava Ukraini! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ačiū dar kartą mūsų kolegiams iš Ukrainos.
Thank you once again to our colleagues from Ukraine.
Thank you.
for the presentation.
Na, o dabar mes
And now
turime viešnią iš
We have a
Latvijos
guest
ir
from
pranešimą
Latvia,
biblioteka eina pas skaitytoją.
and the
Mums
presentation,
skaitys Rygos
a
miesto
library
savivaldybės
goes
centrinės
out
bibliotekos
to a
direktorė
reader, will be
Dzidra
given
Šmita.
by
Thank
Dzidra Šmita, who is head of Riga City Municipality Central Library.
So, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me here, and it's a great honor to share some experience of work of our library. The title of my presentation is Library Goes to Reader, because I want to share you of our experience to work with readers who somehow or for some reasons are not able to attend normal so-called library. So, some words about Riga Central Library. It's an institution supervised by Education, Culture and Sports Department of Riga City Council, and is a center of information, education, culture, socialization, local history for all Riga inhabitants and guests. Founded in 1906. Here you see two pictures. So we have quite a good network of our libraries, and that means that our citizens are not forced to do long distance to get library services. Here you see center, and our library is located in different neighborhoods. So even our central library, who have departments and specialists and user service departments that also called back office are situated in another space, not in the very center, which space is expensive, and we have all these back offices on the north bank of River Daugava. So external service points of Riga Central Library First, we established in 2006 so-called Sunny Day Library, which is created in cooperation with Hospital Support Foundation. This is a library, external point, which is situated in Children's Library. So what we provide? We provide services for patrons, personnel, and hospital. And we also provide this center by stock, books, periodicals, CDs, and etc., management, and personnel. But equipment and furniture is provided by the hospital. So working hours 9 till 4 o'clock, and each hospital unit has informational posters about the library and its services. And the visit of the library is subordinated to rules and regime of the hospital. Children can go to the library only if they are accompanied by the teacher of the unit. Therefore, the visits are in group. So, of course, we know that everybody are very willing to support sick children, and that's why it's quite easy to attract musicians, artists, writers, actors, and we also organize different creative workshops and meetings with famous people, just to make easier to stay for children in hospitals. And so you see different kind of activities what we organized in this children's hospital. So the next one, external service point at the Riga Shelter Day Center, opened in 2009. This is special designed and built building for homeless and poor people. Of course, we are not proud that we have poor and homeless people, but we are proud that we have such a center. And when this center we are about opening, I have a discussion with the director of the center, and she told me that first 6 months is critical when the person is out of home and he is homeless. The first 6 months are critical. And when they can recover during 6 months, the situation isn't hopeless. When it not, that they will go down. And then she asked if we can give them some old books, as she told. And then I said, why old? And we design the library, which is absolutely the same design, the same furniture as a normal branch library in Riga city. And so we also provide services, library services, availability of Riga Central Library stock, books, periodicals, management personnel, library services are provided by librarians of branch library Razna of Riga City Library. And this is also one interesting moment that I'd like to mention. When we opened this external point, I thought that it will be a problem to attract the personnel, because, you can imagine who can work with that kind of people. But to my great surprise, and I would say shame, that our people, our staff is they took this job as a mission. And I also wanted to tell that this day shelter is organized according to Maslow pyramid. On the first floor, it is possibility to change clothes, to soup kitchen, to have a shower. The next floor is social workers, doctors, and in the third floor is library. So there is no bad smell, there is no dirty clothes. This is so-called normal people. And then colleagues who worked there, they told, you can't imagine how easily and how short the way is when you can get from so-called normal life to this situation. And that's why we think that it's very important to give these services. And we are sure that we really can improve the quality of life of those people. There here you see computers, they can find the work or to find the place where to live, and really it works. So here you see some data. And so we, as I said, we provide a normal service like in any other library. So also you see meeting with different kinds of specialists, concerts, celebration of important days, or state holidays. So you see the day center in work. So external service point at prison. Also, it is library landing point in Brasa prison, 2011. It developed in cooperation with Prison Fellowship Latvia, supported by Latvian Swiss Cooperation Program Grant Scheme NGO Foundation. And the aim of project is to solve the problem of libraries in Latvian prisons. And a project has been developed in cooperation with Prison Administration of Latvia. So you can see also the same design, the same furniture. Everything is like a normal library. And now the librarian is professional librarian, but it is not employee of Riga Central Library, as you can well imagine. So, and also the aim of this service point is to prepare people who are so finished their term in this prison, and then when they come out, they understand where they are. So also you can see, and from 2019 there is in the central prison also. So, bit nicer thing, beach reading room. In summer from 1st of June to August 31st at Lucelsol Sports and Recreation Park, we provide books, magazines, activities for children, event value, and cultural activities. And so we are very happy that people here are invited not to use computers, not to use cell telephones, but to read the books, to read journals, to color mandalas, to talk, and just to spend good time by reading and with reading. So you see also different kind of rooms and different kind of activities. And then at the end of my presentation, I would say that we also make some steps forward, our readers, in that way that 2 of our libraries has very nice outside sites. Here in Čiekurkalns library, you see the big garden, which we developed in cooperation with NGO, Čiekurkalns Society. And there we can see that during the summertime we organized events, readings, concerts, and different kind of activities together with local community. And the same is with Balderai branch library, also beautiful apple tree gardens, and also during the summertime we organize here reading activities, musician concerts, and just socialization. So I think that I have saved a time. And thank you very much for this and for your attention, and thank you very much for your invitation. And sorry, because I really became very emotional after the presentation of our Ukrainian colleagues. And I'm very proud to say that we have 3 Ukrainian librarians at our library. Thank you.
Dėkojame pranešėjai. Thank you, Dzidra. You said you saved some time, so you saved it for questions. Galbūt kažkas turite klausimų?
Do we have any questions?
Probably everything is clear. Yes, please.
So I would just like to ask very short. is it like new tendency in Latvia public libraries to have external points
Yes.
of service?
Yes.
Or
Yes. Yes. It
it's
is.
not
It
only
is.
in Riga.
No.
Or
No. Probably we are the first, the biggest library, and also it's a tendency to organize this open air space venues, and of course it started during the COVID. It's normally, and now it's, you know, there's a lot of things that started during the COVID. Now we found in another performance. Yeah.
You have mentioned your special branch of your library on the beach. I'm very interested in it. Do you have any, I don't know, special uniform for libraries?
No, we just, so not we, the librarians who work at this beach library, they don't have a special bikinis, if you can imagine. We wear just library T-shirts with, you know, with our logos and white hats with our logos. No bikinis so far.
Maybe an idea for this summer.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Ar yra dar klausimų?
Do we have any more questions?
Thank you.
Oh, please don't go. I forgot your... Thank you very much. Na, o dabar mes turėsime pietų pertrauką.
And now we have a lunch break. Please come back at 2 o'clock exactly. And we still have 3 presentations. Thank you very much.
Sveiki, sugrįžę į konferenciją.
Welcome back to the conference, New Library Experiences in the Context of Changes, those who are here in Klaipėda and watching us remotely. Now we will have a guest presenter from Poland, the director of the Polish Association of Libraries, Jan Krajewski.
Please, Jan, the stage is yours.
Beautiful ladies and interesting men. The first I must to say thank you, but I need for Dangolia Abazorovienia. Where is Dangolia? Oh, yes, Dangolia. So, Dangolia, I want to send you thank you. Thank you for invitation for our group from Poland. Thank you for 22 friendship and cooperation before pandemic time, cooperation every year for your visit, our visit in Lithuania. And thank you for very hot contact with you. So it is a small souvenirs for this and very small greetings in a paper. Please. Thank you very much. But now I must send you a very serious from. So in our program, you have information that my name is Aldona Piastowska. So that I'm director of regional library in Warts. It is in the But second information, this presentation is to know mine. Aldona Piastowska, this director, tomorrow go with she's mayor to regional Christmas because she's library for 22 years has a first place in regional in West and North Poland. She cannot come here. In this situation, I call to director of National Library in Poland. They put me a presentation from National Library Hour. This presentation is from a very important woman, Izabela Koryś. I'm sorry that I'm not specialist for this presentation. I sent you about information, what statistic information when you need, but I hope that I am with you. It is a statistical view. It is finished. Oh. Consequences of COVID-19 in libraries in Poland. Acceleration of progresses that would have been slower without the pandemic. The spread of books, reading among library users and significant increase in demand for digital services and collection in library would support the development of market of the books and audiobooks providers. So because library in 20 years was closed, the worker in library must a little change. They must very quickly learn new form to contact with users. They must very quickly learn new technical form contact with user, organize a meeting by internet. The contact with user was by internet, by YouTube, by social media, and another form by internet. It was for one side better for libraries because now we have and you have very better professional workers in library. And another side, so edition of e-books and audiobooks was very speedy. It's true to that new form when library working normal, when they organize a meeting, come to library, no more people, but new contact but online. It's impossible that contact and data basic from users are more. Oh, no, is this side? But now information. Occupational structure of public library reminded rather stable despite the decline in number of library users. It's 3 years, 19, 20, 21. It's no more different. Blue color, it is people well learned. Green color, and it's people well worked. Yellow or orange, how you see, it is another people. Different for this year, for 3 years, is only about 1%. It's no more. It's a little same. Age structure of public library users. Decrease among young stars and young adults. 3 years too. The first, it's a children. That's the first on the left. It's a children to 8 years, children from 6 to 12. It's another same, different only about 1%. Young people from 30 to 50, it's a little the same, about 7%. Young people from 60 to 90, it's a little same, about 1%. But young people from 23 to 44, it's the same. It's about 1% too. And another structure is same, but seniors, older people, is progress from 50% to 70%, a little 2% different. Public library users according to occupation in numbers. In all categories, students, employees, people who work it, and others. People went learned. In 19 years, 2,200,000. In 20 years, and 20 in 21, about 500,000 lost users. People when worked. In 19, 2 million at about 300,000 people. In 2021, about 400 users less loss. And others, from 1.5 million to 800 loss. It's more regress. Public library users according to age group in numbers, biggest loss among young adults, 20-24 years. In children, it's not different. In 2-5 years, from 6 to 12 years, from 30 to 50 years, it's no more regress. But in young people from 20-24, it's more different, from 400 users to 170,000. It is the first in negative place in this situation. And in other, from 25 to 44 years, from 1,000,000 about 700 million to loss about 8 million loss users, and older people from 45 to 60 years, from about million, lost about 200 users. And seniors, seniors is a better situation from 9 million users to 8 and 30,000. Library visit according to a library type. On the left side is it is free type: public library, pedagogic library, and student library. In 19 years, in 90 years is about what is the time? It is about I remember how it's 1 to 10, 18. I forget how is in English to speak adinatsat in this moment. Yeah? 11? No, not 11. 11? Yes, 11. 12 is 20. Yes, 11. Okay. Yes. No, it's about 12. In the pedagogic library, it's about 10. Bibliothek student library is 12 and a half. In 20 years, which loss from 8 and a half public library to 8 pedagogic library and student library 7 and 2 and 21. 96, pedagogic library 95, and student library 83. Now, one site uses per one library, used according to a library type. Public library. From 1914, pedagogic library 06, 21, 062. In 20 years, 6, 10, to public library 29, and 21 year 33. And student library is 96, 36, and 39. Loans per one library user in public libraries significant increase of intensivity of loans in 21 years. We have 11 years from 2010 to 2021. In the 2010 year was 18. In the very difficult progress was 22, and no progress, regress, and progress was in 21 to 19. Loans per one library user according to a library type. Public library from 17 and 2 in 2015 and 6, and student library 18 and half. Pedagogic library 19, 15 and 7, 20, 16 and 2, and 21, 18 and 8. Student library 9 and half, 28, 21, 8 and 3. And statistics. Pedagogical libraries, basic statistics. Registration users in millions. In 19, 40 millions, 20 and 21, 47, 45. Active borrowers in 19, 20 millions in 20 and 25, 17, 16. Library visit, 2 million in 19, 1 million and 33 in 20 and 1 million 51 in 21. Loans, 3 and 15 in 90 years, in 20, 2 and 70, in 21, 2 and, about 3 millions. On-site use, in 90, 1 million and 200, in 20 and 20, right, about 50 million users, and it is a regress about 50%. Academic and scientific library, statistic, registration users, 2.5 million, 20, 2 and 1, 21, 1 million 8, 1 million 9. Active borrowers, 19, 1 and 1, 28, 08, 21, 07. Library visit in 19, 30, about 14, in 20, half and 5 and half, and 21, 5 and 7. Less than 50%. Loans in 19, 10 millions and 600, in 12 only 600 millions, and 21 no 6 and about half millions. On-site use, it is a tragical situation. In 19, 10 and 7 millions. In 20, only 2 and 7, and 21, only 2 and 7 million. Public library. Registration users, 7 and 3 millions, 25 and 7, E21, it is 20 and 21, from 4 and 9 to 4 and 8. Library visit, 71 in 19, 20, 40, 42, 21, 46. Loans, 100, more 100 millions in 19, about 18 millions in 20, about 90 millions in 21. On site in 90, 8 and 3, and 20 and 25, about 3. Structure in library in Poland. 84% it is a public library. We have now about 7,880 libraries. Academic library, orange color, is about 800 and about 50 libraries. Pedagogical libraries is 256, and other libraries, professional libraries, Catholic libraries is 360. So in Poland is very difficult situation in pedagogical libraries, because its owner is a regional owner. Is they come. This library put to another organization, because in a socialist system it was specialist library for teachers. After change political system, this library to need a new user. They to buy books like public library, like another users, but for me, the pedagogical library in Poland, it is no good kind. This library must to be a change of public library, big public library, because the books is a little same now. It's not typical to learn for a teacher. So, very difficult in Poland, in other countries was 2020 years. From 12 March to 4 May, all library was closed. It was impossible to go to library. It's impossible to lose library. Very difficult. After May was a very different situation too. Same owner of library cannot to open. Some directors not afraid and open a library. Some directors of library afraid and close library for a longer time. I know that in example one mayor from a small regional library agree open and close library only for children. At another that books must wait for quarantine. It's what is impossible to visit inside library to only to go to open a door and to lend and library. The contact with library and user was very difficult and not speedy, very slowly. I think that my presentation is not good, but I hope so. Maybe after conference, a few people from this conference will be smile to me. Maybe a few. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame Janui. Thank you, Jan. We have some gifts for you too. Thank you very much.
I think that this present is more expensive than my presentation.
Your presentation doesn't have a price. Dabar paprašysiu visų iš tikrųjų tiesiog.
Now I would like to ask everyone to make a short break because we need some technical solutions as our next presenter needs to connect. So let's have a very short break and wait. We're very sorry, but we have some unplanned difficulties and changes in our program. So now I'd like to invite to give a presentation on communication changes in libraries. I would like to invite Director Dr. Laura Juchnevič from Klaipėda Ieva Simonaitytė Library. And she is going to connect remotely, although she's a director at the library that is hosting our event. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be with you. I still can hear an echo. I don't know what to do. Okay, so I think it's gone. Hello, everyone. But I can hear myself now. There are some difficulties with sound.
Tęskite, prašau.
Please continue.
Laura, laukiame jūsų, viskas atrodo, kad turėtų jau būti tvarkoje.
It seems that the problem should have been resolved. Hello, everyone. I see two screens and I can hear the echo. So I think that the issue with sound has been resolved. I hope that this is better. Yes, this is much better. Thank you very much. But no, I can hear myself back, echoing back, unfortunately. And it's the repeating sound.
Bandykite dar kartą kalbėti. Pabandykite dar kartą, Laura.
So let's try again. Hopefully the third time is going to be okay. It seems that the issue has been resolved and I'm not speaking back to myself. So hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to participate in this conference and talk about change communication in the library. Such grand changes have taken place in libraries and in all of our lives. And the situation when employees from the same organization connect remotely to give a presentation, although they work in the library itself, that would not have been imaginable some time ago. But now, due to... And the echo is back.
Tai aš labai džiaugiuosi, kad
And I'm
konferencija
very
vyksta
pleased that the
Klaipėdoje,
conference is taking place in
kad
Klaipėda
mes galime kartu paminėti
and
ir
that
svarbę
we
datą
can
šiems metams
also
Lietuvoje, tai
commemorate an
Klaipėdos
important date for
susijungimo
Lithuania
su Didžiąja Lietuva
is
šimtmetį.
Klaipėda joining the
Smagu, kad yra
Lithuania
tarptautinė
major.
konferencija ir žinoma,
And
visą laiką gaila, kad
it's
negaliu
great that it's an international
dalyvauti
conference, and I'm
kartu
very
su jumis
sorry that I
ir
cannot be
gyvai
with
jūs
you
matyti.
live.
Taigi, apie pokyčių
So
komunikaciją
talking
bibliotekoje,
about change in
ganėtinai
communication
trumpai galima taip
in
pasakyti,
libraries,
visi mes tai
we can speak
išgyvename
briefly
kartu
by
ir
saying
šiandien
that
klausydamas
we
pranešimo taip
relived
pat
certain times
girdėjau
together.
kalbą apie
And I
patį
heard
pokytį, apie
someone
mūsų
already
visų
talking about
darbą
the change in
skirtingose situacijose.
about our work under different circumstances.
Taigi, kalbant apie pokyčių
And
komunikaciją,
talking
tikriausiai
about
reikėtų visų pirma
change in communication, firstly,
pasižiūrėti, kas tai yra tie
we
pokyčiai.
should look at what
Ir
sort of
vakar
change do we have in
turėjau
mind.
tikrai
And
labai
yesterday
įdomų
I did
interviu
have
per
an interesting
LRT
interview
radio klasikos
for
laidą, kai
Lithuanian national
paskambino
broadcaster
viena
of the
klausytoja
radio,
ir išsakė savo
and
poziciją
one
apie
listener
bibliotekas.
phoned and explained her position and views about libraries in Lithuania.
Ir jinai pasakė, kad
And
jos
she
nuomonė
said
bibliotekos,
that
pacituosiu,
she
išsigimsta,
believed
nes
that
jos manymu
libraries
ir giliu supratimu
have gone too
biblioteka yra
far
tik tai knyga.
changing,
Ir
because in
šiandien
her
tikrai daug
opinion, a
refleksijų taip
library
pat
is
galima
about a
buvo
book
išgirsti ir
only.
kitų pranešėjų
And we heard some similar thoughts from
pristatymuose.
other
Bet iš
lecturers
tiesų
that spoke
šiandien
in the
irgi buvo
first
labai
half of the
puikus
day.
docentės pranešimas
And
apie
also
tai,
we
kad
heard another
knyga yra
presentation
tiktais
from associate
formatas.
professor that
Ir
a
aš
book
labai
is
prašau
only
yra
a channel, a
informacija,
format.
paversti į žinias ir
And it's
pasidalinti
important to use
su
this
visuomenė. Tai
information,
tikriausiai, kalbant apie
changing
pokyčius
knowledge
bibliotekoje,
by
mes turime
sharing
galvoti,
it
kaip
with
tuos
society.
pokyčius
And we
išviešinti,
do need to
iškomunikuoti,
think how to
kad
communicate those changes and
būtų kuo
publicize
mažiau
them,
to tokio
so we'd have as little as
atmetimo visuomenės
possible
reakcijos arba daugiau supratimo
this
apie tai, ką
opposition
bibliotekos
from
daro.
society, and there would be more understanding of what libraries are doing.
Gerai, prašau, pabandykite išjungti garsą savo kompiuteryje. Taigi, pokyčiai bibliotekoje gali būti
So
skirstomi
changes in
į
libraries can be
kelias
grouped into
kategorijas.
several
Tai yra planuoti
categories:
pokyčiai,
planned
neplanuoti
changes,
pokyčiai,
unplanned changes,
išoriniai pokyčiai, vidiniai,
external
teigiami ir
changes
neigiami.
versus internal
Tai
changes, and positive
dažniausiai
changes
mes
versus negative
galvojame
changes.
apie pokyčius, pirma mūsų
Frequently, when
reakcija
we
labai
talk about
žmoniška reakcija yra
changes,
ta,
we
kad
react
mes
very
atmetam
human-like.
visas pokyčio
We
galimybės, nes
tend
tai
to
kelia tam tikrą stresą.
reject change
Iš
because
tiesų reikėtų
change
pagalvoti apie tai, kad net ir teigiami
wakes
pokyčiai,
stress in a
kurie
human
vyksta
body.
kasdienoje,
And quite
jie
frequently,
taip pat
changes that take
sukelia tam
place on
tikrą
a daily
stresą.
base
Ar tai būtų
actually
asmeninės šventės, ar tai
cause
būtų geri
stress.
pokyčiai dėl darbo procesų,
And whether it's a good change related to our personal lives or work-related change,
atsiprašau labai, aš vis dar save girdžiu ir man labai sudėtinga
it's
kalbėti.
quite difficult to talk when I hear myself back, so I'm sorry about that.
Išjungti garsą savo kompiuteryje.
Gerai, tuoj. Labai atsiprašau už techninius
And I'm
nesklandumus.
very sorry for these technical issues that I'm experiencing.
Taip, iš tiesų, tai buvo mano neapsižiūrėjimas, aš buvau į
Yes,
YouTube'ą,
I
žiūrėjau
can
kartu
see
su
that
jumis konferenciją ir matyt
I
girdėjau
had
aš tave.
YouTube channel
Taigi,
on where the
dabar tikrai
conference is
daug geriau
broadcasting, so it's
ir
much better. Thank you
galima
for the
kalbėti
solution. And I can
su
finally
auditorija
relax and communicate with the
be
audience
trečio ar ketvirtos Lauros pristatymo.
without
Išoriniai
Laura
pokyčiai, tai ką
number
mes
3
patyrėme, tai
and 4.
išoriniai pokyčiai yra tai, ką mes
So
patyrėme visi
external
kartu
changes are something that we
pastaruosius kelis metus. Žinoma,
experienced
išorinių
over the
pokyčių
period of those
būta
few years.
ir seniau, ir jie taip
And
pat labai
without a
smarkiai
doubt, we
liečia
had different
organizacijų
other
veiklą.
external
Tačiau
changes
galbūt
before,
pastarieji laikotarpiai,
which
jie
touched
buvo tikrai
upon
tokie neįprasti
organizational
ir nestandartiniai,
matters of libraries.
tokie, kurie,
And the
sakykime,
ones that we experienced recently were
parodė
extraordinary,
visai kitas galimybes,
and
arba
they
na, jie buvo
disclosed
labai
other
sudėtingi emocinė prasme,
possibilities, or
tokie
they were
kaip
very
karo situacija.
complex emotionally,
Vidiniai
such as
pokyčiai
the
dažniausiai
situation
vyksta
with the
pačiose
war.
organizacijose, tai jie
Internal
susiję su
changes take
organizacijos
place
struktūros
internally in an
kaita,
organization,
su
usually related to the
tam tikrų
organizational
procesų kaita
structure or
ir na, tuos vidinius
processes
pokyčius stebim
and
šiuo
related
metu labai
changes. And
smarkiai
such
patiriame
internal
daugelis iš
changes take
organizacijų,
place currently
sakykime, kai
in many
bandoma pereiti prie
organizations when we
valstybinių
try to
sistemų,
transfer
tokių
from
kaip
state
nacionalinė
systems such as
informacinės visuomenės plėtros komiteto
the
bendra valstybinė
national
sistema ir duomenų
overall
sistema, tai
data
cloudai, taip pat
system
ir duomenų valdymo sistemos,
towards
tai labai
clouds
dažnai
and data management
kolegos
systems,
ir aplinka mano, kad vieni ar kiti
as our
pokyčiai yra
colleagues
neigiami ir jų
believe,
reikėtų
are
maksimaliai vengti,
negative,
nors tai iš tiesų
and we
nėra
should avoid them as
įmanoma
much as we
ir
can,
mes
although it's
priešinamės
impossible.
tiems pokyčiams.
However, such
Taip, ir kaip ir
changes
minėjau, yra neigiami ir teigiami
experience
pokyčiai, kurie taip
resistance.
pat
And I've mentioned that also we have another
gali
category
labai
of changes,
skirtis, na, sakykime,
positive
vieniems
versus negative
teigiamas
changes.
pokytis,
And that
vieno supratimo
depends
žmogaus
on
teigiamas
our
pokytis,
perspective,
kitam
because to
žmogui
some,
gali
a
būti
positive
visiškai
change could seem a
neigiamas
negative one
pokytis,
to
kurio
the
jisai, na,
other
visiškai, na, nelaukia. Lygiai taip pat ir
if we're
suplanuotais
not
ir
waiting,
neplanuotais
let's say. So it's like
pokyčiais. Tai,
plan
kas
on
vienam
plan
žmogui ar grupei
change.
žmonių yra
If a
planuotas
group of
pokytis,
people are
kitam
planning
žmogui
for a
arba
certain
grupė
change,
žmonių
another
yra
group of people are not
nelauktas,
planning for
neplanuotas
that and
pokytis, kuris tiesiog
experienced a
įvyko.
change as an
Ir kad ir kiek
unexpected
mes
change.
kalbėtumėm apie pokyčius arba
So as much as we
naudotumėm,
talk
na,
about
komunikacijos įvairias
change
priemonės,
or
visą
use
laiką atsiras
different means of
žmonės, kurie
communication, we can
pirmą
always
kartą girdi.
encounter people
Tai
who've heard
pirmą kartą
about
girdi,
something
nieko
for the
apie
first time,
nežinojo,
and
jiems
they've
tai yra
never
naujiena,
heard,
tai
they've never known. This is a new piece of knowledge. And when we talk about fast changes or very characteristic, outstanding, extraordinary changes, such as we experienced during COVID, there were some changes, and we can find people like that who heard for the first time that a library is not only about a book. Yes, when we talk about communication in libraries from the organizational perspective, I should probably underline that currently society has stereotypes towards cultural institutions and libraries, thinking that certain change takes place very slowly or does not change or does not take at all. They have never visited the library for many, many years, and this is what they believe. And of course, we can talk quite a lot what we as library representatives do for this knowledge to become clearer. And truly speaking, we should probably reflect on a unified message that we want to communicate. Quite frequently, we don't agree on the message that we want to send regarding one or another change, how it should be introduced to society. The main target audiences in change communication are several. And when we think about change communication strategies, we need to focus first on how we agree to communicate and how our colleagues, personnel, our staff, and the community of librarians understand the change. And we can probably remember several such changes of our lifetime. And one of them was, for example, e-library and modernization of libraries, and how many difficulties we encountered just because the community of librarians didn't know how to communicate this novelty, because the information for publicity did not correspond to reality, which means that we publicized that the system was modernized. However, at the beginning, we heard a lot of complaints from our users, and our librarians could not uniformly communicate to the target audience the message. And when we talk about informing the community about the change that awaits and how we should communicate it, so this common understanding would help us out. Another group of people, another group of stakeholders, visitors and users of library services. For them to introduce changes in libraries is important, without a doubt, and every person who works in a library and the organization is responsible what a reader takes away about the changes that take place in libraries. When we talk about self-service, or do we know whether the librarians support this idea, or do they believe that a library without a librarian is non-existent? So how do they communicate? How do they introduce the service to visitors and readers? And another group of stakeholders is establishers and promoters interested in processes and changes taking place in libraries. And it's quite frequently important to tell and explain what the library is about, so we could continue introducing our activities, because changes are intense and we should understand that people who work in their own field, they don't necessarily see everything. Although we publicize information quite frequently, a well thought through presentation through the eyes of the audience can be much more valuable. I heard the presentation from the colleague from Finland, and I thought quite a lot about change communication strategies in Finland. Colleagues from Finland usually say, and you can feel that they have this common understanding, common idea of libraries, which is grounded in the law on libraries. And when we talk about the organization and network of organizations, they have this common view what a library is and how it should provide services to society in order to implement their social mission. Talking about change strategy, first we need to plan the key message, the anchor message, to understand what we want to communicate clearly, because this is the foundation of our following steps. As much experience as I have with implementing such strategies, I've observed that some messages can be accepted by society differently than expected and even misunderstood compared to how they're understood by librarians. Then we need to understand what the target audience or audiences of that target messages and our key messages and what do we want to communicate. Next, it's important to reflect on the process of communication. So once we have the message, and we shouldn't just start and do it. Every communication related to change needs a clear plan and well thought through plan that says when and through which channels we're going to approach our target audiences. And then there is the easy part when we have the strategy ready, when we have the communication plan, when we have the visualization, we thought through everything and even made tests with some smaller groups. We start publicizing. During the process, we can streamline our communication if required. Some communication examples, some of them are from Klaipėda and they're quite new. They can probably illustrate what I've been talking about. One of the newest communication campaigns is media literacy and internet literacy, because we do have a huge change in libraries and we talk more intensely that librarians talk with media literacy, and we have educators in media and information literacy. This is not very new, but the current plan of the ministry allows us to elaborate on the topic and work more intensely on it. We've been thinking for quite a while how media and information literacy should be introduced to society. You know that when we talk about computer literacy, digital literacy, it's not that complicated because people feel the internal motivation to learn when they have to contact someone from their family living abroad, or when they need to use e-services or e-health. So people are forced to use certain services such as e-banking. So they have to learn to use a computer and an app. But how can we tell an adult that they lack some knowledge, that they have some gaps? This is what librarians have to do. So there was an idea with a huge question: how should this be introduced to people so that we'd have an effect of attraction rather than opposition? Us professionals use this abbreviation MIR, Media Information Literacy, MIL in English, but everything that's related to Russian language, and mir in Russian means peace. It's just not really working at the moment. So we had to rethink our communication strategy and to introduce this change through mirkt, which means blink. So you can't get to know more from the website mirkt.lt. And this change in libraries is communicated non-directly. but via Claudia. In YouTube videos that you can watch, and Instagram and Facebook, it talks about media and information literacy. Another easily communicated was another project, and when we thought that the only benefit of a service when it's free of charge, you can also actually get different reactions from society, from the public. So this communication campaign had a different idea. It talks about Lithuania as a large, one large library, and if you can't find a book in the nearest library, your librarian can bring it from somewhere else. So this idea was positively accepted, although I'll show you one interesting comment that made us think whether we do everything correctly. And in culture, this is the transformation of the book fair, and our library staff received good, positive views, and others weren't happy about the word inculturacija, and we're trying to identify what it actually means. We knew that this change from the book fair to turn into a cultural festival and Kulturacija is a risky change, but the team wanted it and was preparing for it. And we were also ready for the negative comment about the term itself, the word itself. And it was very sensitive when we had to listen comments and reproach related to this word inculturacija. And we've passed this stage, and this year we are much braver using this word. So Lithuania, one large library, one of the comments that we received on the 8th of February during the communication campaign was that librarians should think very well about the term that they are using. Interlibrarian subscription, something. So it's a very long Lithuanian word for some reason, but sometimes it's not as easily understood by our readers, it shows, or acceptable. So we'll have to work on that. Talking about communicating change in services, we had quite a lot of changes during the pandemic time, and every week with every decision of the government, we needed to rethink our service provision rules, and that was very stressful for our colleagues as well as visitors and borrowers. And these changes were managed and manageable. However, they were very fast and came in large quantities. And we had some strange, different changes. In Klaipėda, for example, one politician decided to say that in Klaipėda, libraries should be open 24/7, especially Mantas library and Ieva Simonaitytė's public county library. And colleagues were very surprised, and that was a very strange way to communicate a desired change. And then librarians had to rectify the situation by telling how libraries were changing and implementing different changes, because you can't just one day decide that libraries will work overnight. and implemented without any thinking or any preparation or knowing the needs of the residents. A more difficult communication is related to crisis situation communication. We had one or two cases when libraries had to implement such communication. Of course, there weren't tragedies such as happen in, let's say, public swimming pools, and people usually don't die in libraries, but people quite frequently don't enjoy seeing piles of old books being decommissioned, and sometimes they react as strongly as in cases of deaths of people, even though they don't come very frequently to libraries and they are not really knowledgeable about the internal processes. But they offer their opinions still. And I'd like to accentuate the issues related to this situation, which is much deeper and explains how we should discard old books and how to organize the process and communicate it visually. We should probably think ourselves, first of all, we need to agree what ourselves as librarians and libraries should communicate about that, because it's not very good when librarians are not uniform, criticize their colleagues without knowing the situation well. And probably these situations should be introduced through the position of the professional, the librarian. So we should not talk about what happened and why, but what processes take place and how everything is organized in libraries in general. Yes, and when we talk about changes that await for us and for which we should prepare, we should probably start talking about wider self-service area or group of services, and that librarians should work more with creative and educational tasks, and self-service should be provided by machines if possible. And of course, this is not a new topic. We've been talking about it for a while now. And as I visited Finnish libraries last year, I asked them how they communicated in Finland the implementation of self-service in libraries. And for me, it was very interesting to hear that essentially the decision was made, the system was implemented, and they just communicated that here it is, it's self-service. And the community, the public, was in opposition and opposed, and it was not a norm. And I thought that in Finland, self-service was something usual. Nevertheless, it appeared that librarians received a lot of criticism through which they managed to live and stay alive, and the change in services had happened and they needed to communicate it. So there was no choice of going back to how it was before. Another change that awaits for us is AI. Universities are facing this problematic issue even now, and I think librarians are going to see artificial intelligence more frequently, especially when they talk about and educate people about information literacy. illiteracy, and when we talk about with our stakeholders about the use of artificial intelligence in provision of services. And also other questions, the prestige of our vocation and unexpected issues, and how a professional differs from just a person who works and does other tasks and jobs that do not require professional skills. And after we look through what happened over the period of these several years, we can probably draw a conclusion that you can never be ready for everything. And the pandemic, infodemia, disinformation, misinformation, the war. So in my opinion, when we talk about a change, we need to assess it looking at it from a side. Of course, when we talk about a very big change that touches us personally, it's different, but basically every change requires separate focus and analysis and requires us to reflect on what we'd like to communicate to the readers, visitors, to each other about things that just happened. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties. It's very complex to talk remotely without seeing you, without seeing your reactions, and without hearing your questions. I do hope that if you have ideas or suggestions, comments, or something to add, you can either do it now or contact me later. Thank you very much.
Laura, thank you very much for your professional presentation. It's a pity that we do not have you here in your library, but it was good to see you virtually as well. Now, the last presentation of today. First of all, I would like to thank all the supporters and sponsors, and I'm inviting Ms. Danguolė Abazurovienė, the president of the Lithuanian Public Libraries Association. Thank you, Monica. I would like to say that this conference is a part of the project implemented under funding, and I thank you very much for gathering. Of course, you are also for joining virtually, remotely to listen to the conference. Indeed, after we've heard the presentations, we can say that libraries faced a lot of changes and challenges, including the COVID pandemic, the war, and the refugees. As you've seen, our indicators, performance indicators have decreased, but on the other side, libraries saw their need for communities, that they are community centers and are able to create, develop new services adapting to the customers. And after listening to the presenters from Ukraine, it is obvious that it is so important to preserve what we have created so that any aggressor could not come into our land and destroy it, so that we lose our resources and lose our librarians who fight in the war zone. That is very sad to hear. And the most important assets available in the libraries are books. despite any services, extracurricular activities or events in libraries, our first and foremost focus is on books, on reading, on knowledge. And I wish that we remain and maintain this mission for libraries. Thank you very much for participation in the conference. It is not over yet. The conference will proceed tomorrow. However, we will not have the virtual translation streaming. If you are interested in our cooperation with the libraries and impact of cooperation on libraries, please come to Klaipėda. Klaipėda is always hospitable, and you will hear the presentations and discussions live. I would also like to emphasize, as Laura mentioned already, everything what we are doing must be communicated. It is very important. And summarizing, I would like to invite you to discuss, to communicate about our activities now and tomorrow, about our communication. In your material, you have the invitation where and when, and I cordially invite you to this place. Thank you, Monica, for your participation, for your moderating, and I have a small present to you. Thank you. And see you next